You're seeing now a shot of the White House here in Washington, which clearly is one of those scene-setter spots for this Inauguration Day. This is where we will see Donald Trump heading next after he finishes up with the church service at St. John's Episcopal. That's what you were just looking at. But this is the White House, and this again will be his home for the next 4 years, and where the next official event in part of these inauguration festivities will include a private coffee and tea meeting between the Trumps and the Bidens. That's one of those things that we always see happen on inauguration days, and that's what's up next on the schedule. But there's a whole lot of other things that are happening around Washington too. In addition to the official inauguration inside the Capitol Rotunda, you're now seeing pictures of the Capital One Arena here in Washington. That's going to be the scene of what would have been an inaugural parade. Now is going to be an inside event featuring a lot of the same features, but before a much smaller audience. Capital One Arena has a capacity of just around 20,000 people, and that's a fraction of the potential hundreds of thousands that would have lined the streets here in Washington and been on the National Mall to watch the inauguration festivities and the parade itself. But speaking of Capital One, Sagar, let's talk a little bit about that spot. Donald Trump was just there yesterday for kind of the final rally of the 2024 campaign cycle. At least that's what it felt like to me. Talk to us a little bit about what Trump has been doing over the past couple of days and what we expect to see here at Capital One later on.
The president-elect came back to Washington, another triumphant return on Saturday, aboard a plane that looks a lot like Air Force One, but of course at the time is not Air Force One.
Remind me, what do they call it when the actual president's not on board?
Special Air Mission 47 is the designation given to the C-32 that is painted to look like Air Force One. If you go out to Joint Base Andrews, if you get to be on the tarmac, you will see a whole lot of planes that have that iconic paint scheme, that blue and white with United States of America. That does not mean they are Air Force One. It is only Air Force One once the sitting president is aboard of that aircraft. The other ones look like it. That doesn't mean anything, depending on who's on board. So the next time Donald Trump boards one, it will have that designation. So he got in from his Florida golf club. It's been a full weekend. He's had rallies, he's had dinners. He made his way to Arlington National Cemetery yesterday for a wreath laying at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. And he gave a preview inside Capital One Arena, the home of the NBA's Wizards, the home of the NHL's Capitals, a lot of concerts and shows, saying tomorrow at noon, being today, curtain falls on what he called the failed Biden presidency. We're not going to waste any time. He is expected to make some remarks today before this parade. Elon Musk is expected to address the crowd as well.
We saw him there yesterday, too.
Exactly. So they had planned that rally for Sunday for quite a while. And then all of a sudden, when the news came down Friday that, hey, it's going to be really cold, we're going to move all this inside, all of a sudden, Capital One Arena became essentially ground zero for much of what we're going to see today.
Yeah, it's just been so interesting, and obviously it involved a lot of logistical changes for those of us trying to cover the inauguration, but also the thousands of folks who are here in town trying to attend all of these things. All of this due to the weather. Have you looked at a forecast? Do you know how cold it's actually supposed to be today?
They had told us somewhere in the mid-20s, but it's really windy, so the wind chill is going to be down, likely in the single digits. Now, the last time this happened, an indoor swearing in, 40 years ago to the day, Ronald Reagan took the oath of office, but at the White House on January 20th of 1985, it was 7 degrees at noon. Barack Obama's first inauguration, 2009, it was, I believe, 27, 28 degrees. I was outside for hours that day. It was bitterly cold. So if you factor in today's wind chill, it's a lot worse. So that rare decision was made that the oath will be taken inside the rotunda. Roughly 600 people capacity. There were 250,000 tickets issued for people to watch the oath and the ceremony in and around the Capitol. So do the math, that's a lot of people who are not going to get anywhere near what they thought they would get today.
Absolutely. And now you're seeing a live shot of Pennsylvania Avenue, which is, of course, one of those areas where we would have anticipated to see this inaugural parade happening. There are clearly lots of people out there. We see it lined with American flags. and a very festive kind of feel, which I guess kind of describes exactly what we're seeing all around Washington. Even though a lot of these events have been moved inside or changed somewhat logistically, there are still a lot of people here, and they're gathering not only at Capital One Arena, but also all across town. I think when I was walking back from the office yesterday, I just kept running into pockets of people who were clearly here for some of the festivities, and maybe were looking for somewhere to be where they could kind of gather together with more folks who were excited like they were to do all these celebratory kind of activities. But it looks like we are going to see people kind of lining up along that route where we otherwise would have seen the parade. But one thing that I did notice about the National Mall, where we always have the big screens kind of displaying everything that happens on the inauguration, that many of those had been covered, and that officials here and law enforcement have told people, please don't come outside. It's going to be too cold. It's too dangerous. We don't want you to be putting yourself at risk. Well, clearly it looks like we still are going to be seeing some people at least lining up in some of those places where they ordinarily would have been.
There are always a lot of people who come into town for this, and Trump supporters have, of course, waited for years for this moment. So you have the official inaugural balls tonight. There are 3 of them. But a lot of state societies and other organizations have had their own balls over the last year. You have the Black Tie and Boots ball put on by folks from Texas, various parties at various hotels. So those people, for the most part, you didn't think that Friday, when this change was announced, they were going to say, hey, you know what, we're just going to eat that cost of airfare and exorbitant hotel prices in D.C. and not go because it's going to be cold. Those folks wanted to be here either way. Obviously, a lot of disappointment that you might not be sitting at the West Front, or you might not be sitting in the reviewing stand if you had bought some type of VIP ticket. But there will be those 20,000 people inside Capital One Arena. They started lining up early this morning in the cold to get inside. And like you said, there's no real official viewing area for this. Those monitors are down, but that doesn't mean people can't wait for a glimpse of the presidential motorcade, and that's clearly what a lot of people expect to do today.
I guess being here in Washington and also along the campaign trail, we get so accustomed to seeing motorcades and all the trappings that come along with major candidates and also elected officials, president, vice president. But for these folks, like you note, who have been traveling here from all over the country, have been waiting for this moment, these supporters of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, this is their moment and chance to kind of be in the same space as they are and to sort of have that experience. So I guess a lot of those folks are going to figure out a way to have that today, even if it is really cold outside.
Just that thrill of seeing the presidential limousine roll by, and perhaps you can see the president sitting inside. When I first came to Washington, a friend who was a big George W. Bush fan, we happened to walk down by the White House in the early 2000s, and the motorcade came by, and you could very clearly see George W. Bush in the back seat with a smile on his face, waving to people as they drove by, and it completely made my friend's day, and all these little kids were shrieking. We get, as you said, used to it, and we get annoyed when we're stuck in traffic because a lot of streets are shut down when that thing comes through. But for someone from out of town to get to see literally 10 feet away the President of the United States waving at them, that's something special. And like you said, that's a moment a lot of people today are hoping to get here in a very, very cold Washington.
Absolutely. And we're seeing now more pictures there of St. John's Episcopal Church. That is where President-elect Donald Trump is participating in a prayer service, which is part of the tradition on Inauguration Day. Every president-elect since 1933 with Franklin Roosevelt has done that. And so he is there. He is with Melania Trump, his wife, soon to be First Lady Melania Trump again. And as you noted earlier, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance is inside, as well as Elon Musk and some other top-level supporters of President Donald Trump, soon to be president again, as he prepares to take the oath of office around noon today here in Washington for his second term in office. You're also seeing there the Capital One Arena. Again, that is where we will see the new version of the inaugural parade, not down Pennsylvania Avenue and around Washington, but instead there in the sports arena here in Washington. That's where tens of thousands of his supporters are already beginning to gather. They've been lining up since very early on today and getting ready to participate in what we know will be a very festive atmosphere. We're not exactly sure yet what it's going to look like. We know what parades look like in terms of marching bands and official shows of pageantry through the streets. We always, or at least in recent memory, we see the new president get out of that limousine to walk that final stretch back into the White House. I would imagine that we will see Donald Trump, at least his motorcade, take some of those traditional pathways around Washington as he moves from the Capitol down to Capital One Arena. And as we were just looking at Pennsylvania Avenue there with all of these folks lined up, they are hoping to get that glimpse. So we will keep track of exactly how he makes his way over to Capital One Arena, but that's where a lot of those celebrations will be. Now, let's talk a little bit about other things that we think might be happening at Capital One. We know from President-elect Donald Trump that he will be signing a lot of executive orders today. And I think we'll probably talk about those more later once we maybe get a sense of exactly what's in them. But I think a lot of the places that we're looking at there are some of the places where we think he will be signing those executive orders. It's traditionally something that the incoming president opts to do very swiftly, since taking executive action is the one thing the president can do unilaterally without Congress getting involved. Right. But what's your sense, Sagar, of maybe how many executive orders we're going to see today and what we think we might be getting in terms of the content of what they cover?
Yeah, he being Donald Trump, has long promised, day one, I'm going to do X and Y and Z. I don't know exactly what that will be, but it's a safe bet to think he'll be signing orders about immigration, about energy policy, about scaling back the size of the federal workforce, a big thing that he's been involved with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Ordinarily, some new presidents will sign executive orders inside the Capitol before leaving for the White House, and then upon getting into the White House, because traditionally there's no stop in between those two places. Now you do have Capital One Arena. You have 20,000 people there. Not out of the realm of possibility that a desk is set up and Donald Trump, ever the showman, will sit down and pull out one of his famous Sharpies and put his name on some so people can watch him do that. We don't have a very good sense yet from the Trump people of how many that might be. Will it be a handful? Will it be dozens? We just don't know. We do know that when he sat in that same arena yesterday, he said, we're not going to waste a minute. I'm going to take some executive action that you're going to like a lot. We'll just have to see now how many of them he actually does put his name on.
I mean, I've heard everything from dozens to 100. I even saw the number 200 yesterday. But I guess for a lot of the folks who are gathered there at Capital One, getting this experience of, like we were just talking about, seeing the incoming president, and really it might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for many of them to especially do that in Washington, to actually get to see him take some of those official actions and to enact policies, or at least on an executive level, to change the way that things are done in the United States. I mean, that would be an interesting opportunity, I guess, for somebody who's here as one of his supporters to actually see that happening.
Yeah, and we get those at the White House quite a bit, where there is a bill signing where the president will make some brief remarks and then sit down at a desk surrounded by lawmakers or whomever it might be. And you get to watch them sign it, and depending on how close the microphones get, you can actually hear the pen on the paper. With Trump, you could hear it very vividly because of that thick Sharpie that right. he liked to use. But again, that's a chance that some of us in the White House press pool get the opportunity to be in the room to watch that happen. You don't usually get to see that with 20,000 people in a professional sports arena who might have been there for a concert or for a game. Now get to watch the President of the United States actually put his name on some official documentation. So that would no doubt be a thrill for those folks. Again, like so many things that we remember from that first administration, we just don't know exactly what it is Donald Trump's going to do until he actually does it.
I guess we'll be kept in suspense along with the people there in Capital One. We are still seeing pictures of the front of St. John's Episcopal Church. That, again, is where President-elect Donald Trump is participating in a morning church service before he heads over to the White House, which you also see. That, of course, will be his home for the next 4 years as President of the United States. But it's also where he will participate in a last get-together with current President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, as is tradition for outgoing and incoming presidents on Inauguration Day. So for now, we will leave you with these images, and we will be back shortly to walk through the rest of this Inauguration Day, which, as we have been noted, takes us all across Washington here in the District of Columbia and culminates back at the White House, which you see there on your screen, for the rest of then soon-to-be President Donald Trump's day in office, his first day back as President of the United States. So right now we're going to listen in to what is going on there outside St. John's Episcopal Church, and we will be back shortly to see where incoming President Donald Trump heads after this church service. You're looking now again at the door of St. John's Episcopal Church, where we have just seen Vice President-elect J.D. Vance exiting after this Inauguration Day prayer service. We expect to see President-elect Donald Trump on his way out shortly. They've been in church for about 45 minutes for this service that is part of every Inauguration Day since 1933. And we also understand that the Bidens, you see there, along with Vice President Kamala Harris and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, they have been there at the White House. The Bidens will be shortly greeting the Trumps after the Trumps exit the church service and go over to the White House for this private meeting, a coffee and tea between the incoming and outgoing presidents, another tradition that we always see on Inauguration Day, at least mostly see on Inauguration Day. We did not see that happen 4 years ago when Donald Trump was leaving the White House and Joe Biden was coming in. But we are now looking again at St. John's Episcopal Church. Again, that is where we expect any moment to see President-elect Donald Trump exiting the church, which is just across Lafayette Park from the White House here in Washington, and heading over to the White House to see Joe Biden and Jill Biden for one of their last official acts there in the White House as the President and First Lady. But notably, again, 4 years ago, this is not an exchange that we saw happen when Joe Biden was coming into the White House and Donald Trump was leaving it. We did not see the Trumps as part of that handoff of power between administrations. And so to have this moment and to have several weeks ago see that moment between Trump meeting with Joe Biden at the White House, as we typically do see after an election with an incoming and outgoing president, to have their private meeting, which they did. That happened several weeks ago at the White House there in the Oval Office. But we are still watching the door of St. John's Episcopal Church, watching for Donald Trump and Melania Trump to exit this church after the service and head over to the White House to have that meeting with the President and First Lady. And then from there, all four of them will travel together over to the U.S. Capitol for the swearing in, for the inauguration ceremony of Donald Trump into his second term as president. And after that, we will see the Bidens leave Washington. We traditionally see a farewell, a formal goodbye of sorts occurring after that swearing in of the new president, where the outgoing president will bid them adieu, and then we will see the Bidens leaving Washington, heading out to Joint Base Andrews, and then onward from there to California. But now we are still looking to watch for President-elect Donald Trump coming out of the White House, or of St. John's Episcopal Church. And as this is happening, we'll just take a moment to kind of think about other things that we are learning and thinking about this first day, which will be officially a half day, but still the first official day of this second Trump administration. We have been hearing about all the executive orders that he plans to sign. We expect that to start pretty much as soon as he is sworn in, Sagar. We've been talking about how that may be happening at several different locations around Washington, from maybe there at the Capitol Rotunda to the Capital One Arena to certainly the White House and the Oval Office after the other official events of the day, and when he kind of gets down to business there in the Oval Office.
Yeah, the incoming Trump team has been busy while the president-elect has been inside the church. His team has been busy briefing reporters about what is going to come, and we understand that there will be a whole series of executive actions, as we previewed a little while ago, specifically about remaking immigration policy. Mm-hmm. That's something Donald Trump has made no secret of, that day one, literally within the first hours of reassuming the office, that was going to be a priority. Unclear how that's going to play out, but that's what we're expecting.
Thank you for that. We will pause here just for a moment and listen in, because I believe that President-elect Donald Trump is going to be coming out of St. John's Episcopal Church.
President Trump! President Trump, how are you feeling today? How are you feeling, President Trump? Come talk to us, President Trump! Mr. President, how was service? Mr. President, will you talk to us? think about the pardons? Mr. President, any response to the pardons? Mr. President, how is this different for you from 8 years ago?
You're watching now as President-elect Donald Trump and incoming First Lady Melania Trump leave St. John's Episcopal Church. They are only on a short drive, though. They are headed to the White House, which is just across Lafayette Park from the church. When they get to the White House, they will be greeted by President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, again for the traditional changeover of sorts, a coffee and tea gathering with the outgoing and incoming president and president's spouse. So we are watching there at the White House, where we anticipate shortly we will see President-elect Donald Trump rolling up. And again, the next time that he comes back to the White House after this gathering, he will be entering it as the President of the United States, not as President-elect. So again, this is one of those moments on Inauguration Day that we typically see and watch for, but we didn't see 4 years ago when it was Donald Trump's turn to exit the White House and Joe Biden's turn to come into it. But we are back on schedule, at least in terms of some parts of this Inauguration Day. It is awfully cold, so we won't see the traditional view on the west front of the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony. That will be happening inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, with a much smaller audience. Only about 600 people can fit in there, according to what organizers have told us, instead of the hundreds of thousands who perhaps would have been on the National Mall to watch the swearing in. But that will be the next stop after this one. Again, we are watching the White House here, where President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump will be shortly arriving for their meeting with President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. This is a tradition on Inauguration Day. It's not one that we saw 4 years ago, but it is something that we are watching for today, for the outgoing and incoming presidents to have an informal handoff of power before they ride together to the U.S. Capitol for the formal handoff of power, for the swearing in of the new president and the farewell of the outgoing president. That's what we'll see for Joe Biden and Jill Biden after the official swearing-in ceremony, when they depart the Capitol grounds, headed for Joint Base Andrews, and then on from there to Santa Ynez, California, for some respite and time away after their time in the White House has ended. So, Sagar, we are still sitting here and watching the White House. So after this, where will we see these outgoing and incoming presidents head? Where do they go next?
They will make the traditional ride together. The outgoing president, the incoming president, on that 3-mile drive to the Capitol. Instead of taking that traditional walk down on the West Front, they'll be walking into the Capitol Rotunda for the oath. Notable that it was just 2 weeks ago that much of official Washington also gathered in the Rotunda. That's where Jimmy Carter's body was lying in state. And now 2 weeks later, the public will again be focused on what happens underneath the Capitol dome. That ride together is always fascinating. We've seen images from the early 1900s of open vehicles, and you have names like William Howard Taft and Warren Harding and others riding. And now, obviously not an open top, but you should have Joe Biden and Donald Trump riding together in a armored limousine up to the Capitol, where Donald Trump will go from being the 45th president and an ex-president to now being the 47th president.
Seeing there some of the Trump family members exiting the church, purportedly also getting ready to start making their way over to the Capitol for the swearing in, which will be happening in just over 2 hours from now. Yes, Sagar, I've often wondered on that ride between the White House and the Capitol, what is the conversation like? Obviously, these two, it would be very interesting to know, but I mean, Donald Trump's been there before. He might not have any requests for tips, which another incoming president might have.
I think the thought is, especially with this relationship and that fraught relationship Donald Trump has had publicly with his predecessors, that it would be contentious or that there would be nothing at all. But if you remember, during Jimmy Carter's state funeral at the National Cathedral, Donald Trump and Barack Obama sat next to each other, and and were just looked like they were joking and laughing.
Lots of conversation.
And having fun. Would love to know what it is they were talking about, but they both looked very at ease and almost friendly. And we know that is not, again, at least publicly, the relationship that has been described. So is this going to be Joe Biden giving Donald Trump some final tidbits about the state of affairs? We're going to find out.
All right, we see now images of the motorcade arriving at the White House. Not a very long drive, but especially not, I guess, when you're president-elect. A lot of streets do get shut down for you. But now we see the Vice President Kamala Harris and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff standing there to receive official guests on their last day, also as part of the outgoing Biden and Harris administration. So let's listen in for a moment.
nice. Nice. I like the effort. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Here's a look inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, where we are seeing some musical selections being performed. Again, that is where President-elect Donald Trump will be taking the oath of office about 2 hours from now. Inside, because it is very cold here in Washington, and official events have been moved from the west front of the Capitol to inside the Rotunda. So let's listen in to this musical performance. Now you're seeing the U.S. Capitol, where just in the past couple of moments we have seen some members of Donald Trump's family arriving. We just saw daughter Ivanka Trump and her husband Jared Kushner and their children arrive for Donald Trump's inauguration, which will be happening in just over 2 hours. On your screen, you also see a helicopter. That will be Marine One. At least it's Marine One when the president is on board. I'm a little bit unclear exactly what it is called when a former president is on board. And that will be the case when we see Joe Biden and Jill Biden departing the Capitol after the swearing in of Donald Trump. Then he will be the former president. They will be leaving the Capitol grounds, headed to Joint Base Andrews, and flying on to California from there. So there's the shot of the U.S. Capitol, and now there's the Capital One Arena. Again, that is also a location here in Washington playing a role in part of our inauguration of the next president. That is where Donald Trump will be going after he is sworn in for an event that is standing in for what would have been the inaugural parade throughout Washington, but instead will now be kind of a new sort of event with some of the same parties taking place. We expect to see a lot of music. We also expect that Trump, who will then be the president, may sign some of those executive orders that he has promised he will be enacting today as among his first official acts on becoming president for a second term. So there is also another shot of the U.S. Capitol down Pennsylvania Avenue. That is the traditional parade route where we would have anticipated seeing Donald Trump travel between the Capitol and the White House. He may be driving along that route, but it won't be lined with the tens of thousands of people who ordinarily would have been out there to see him make that very traditional inaugural trip. It is very cold, so officials have told people to stay inside to observe these official proceedings from elsewhere and not gather in large numbers outside. Here in Washington, it is currently about 24 degrees, and it is not anticipated to be much warmer than that at noon, which is when Donald Trump will officially be the next president of the United States. We are still waiting on the Trumps to arrive here at the White House for their tea and coffee private gathering with President Joe Biden and Jill Biden. But we will continue to watch for Donald Trump and Melania Trump to make that trip over to the White House, their last, before they officially become president and first lady.
I don't know how long it's been. It's pretty short. I think it needs less to like
Exactly right. They do. So yeah, 20 minutes worth of tea and snacks and then on the go. Yeah, well, that's going to be on the department.
I would assume
I would think, yeah. You missed a good time for the allegation. A little kid rock.
Sure. Thank you.
You're looking again at the White House, where we know that President-elect Donald Trump and his wife, Melania Trump, will shortly be arriving. Again, this is when they will be having their private meeting with President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, just the four of them, and it's part of that unofficial handover of power between an outgoing and incoming administration. It's not something that we saw happening 4 years ago when Donald Trump was leaving the White House and Joe Biden was coming into it, but it is something that we anticipate seeing today. As we wait for them to roll up, one important note to point out is we did see Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, welcome incoming Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha Vance, just moments ago when they entered the White House. And that's interesting because typically the outgoing vice president will invite the incoming vice president to get together ahead of today. We didn't see that happen between Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance, but we did in this hour just a little while ago see her welcoming him there at the White House, where purportedly they are doing something similar. They're taking a look at President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden as they await President-elect Donald Trump. There he is, coming up to greet them for this private meeting. Let's listen in as Donald Trump and Melania Trump arrive at the White House.
Ask them if they have health time.
You're seeing there again a shot of the White House where President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden have just welcomed the Trumps, Donald Trump and Melania Trump, in for their private gathering. On the left, though, you see the Capitol, as well as the helicopter that will take the Bidens away from Washington as the former president and former First Lady in just a couple of hours from now. And this may be a good opportunity for us, Sagar, to kind of talk a little bit about Joe Biden's final actions as president. This is the last day that he will be the current president of the United States. But it has been a pretty active day in terms of official things that he can do in the final hours of his administration. So let's talk a little bit about what are some of those things that we have seen coming out of the Biden White House in these last moments.
The thing that has gotten the most attention that happened, let's see, about two and a half hours ago now, a lot of pardons and commutations from the president in previous days. Some very big names being preemptively pardoned this morning. The president has issued pardons to Dr. Anthony Fauci, the former head of infectious disease research for the United States, General Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the members of the House panel that investigated the January 6th attacks. This is after Trump had basically throughout his campaign vowed retribution against those that he perceived tried to hurt him, tried to hurt the nation. He has long gone after General Milley, whom again, he handpicked as his senior military advisor to be in charge of America's military. Long at odds with Anthony Fauci over the handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then, of course, the January 6th riot, where the president-elect has already said he wants to pardon the rioters. President Biden has now preemptively moved to shield
Right.
those officials from anything that might happen. He says this is not an admission of guilt or wrongdoing or a thought that they may face prosecution, but I couldn't not do something about this. Both General Milley and Dr. Fauci have come out and said that they appreciate it, that they did not want to have to fight back against what someone, in this case Donald Trump, perceived as some type of slight. Tony Fauci flat says, I have not committed any crimes. I have spent my entire career trying to keep the American people healthy, but I appreciate the president's move. So this is something that had been discussed within the White House for months
Right.
now. Is the president going to preemptively move to keep these folks out of harm's way, for lack of a better phrase? And that's exactly what he did this morning. It's an extraordinary use of presidential authority and could set the tone for Trump and others to then take actions like this immediately before they leave office.
Right, it's a large action to take, but also literally in the closing hours of an administration. I guess, I mean, there's less time for it to be analyzed while that presidency is still ongoing, because the news cycle will move on necessarily to this next administration. I'm not attempting to analyze exactly why the timing was put like that, but it is something that those of us who cover this have been wondering for a long time. Is this going to happen? And now that it finally has happened in these very closing hours.
It is customary for citizens who've been, in the president's case, convicted of drug crimes and things to receive clemency, but to do it in this kind of untested way with this type of name, Tony Fauci, Mark Milley, Benny Thompson, Liz Cheney, right down the row, incredibly unusual. And as we talk about the peaceful transfer of power, and they smiled and shook hands at the White House,
Sure.
and what are they going to chat about in the limousine? This is directly from President Biden to his successor, hey, you said you're going to do this, I'm not going to let you do it. So here you go. Hours before you have the office, it's still my job. I can do whatever I want. Just pretty stark to see it come out this morning.
Certainly. And then again, that limo ride between where they are right now, you see on your screen in the White House, to where you see on the left-hand side the U.S. Capitol building. That is something I would love to be a fly on the wall just to hear what is discussed and what goes on in that conversation. You're seeing now other images of Washington. On the left-hand side, the U.S. Capitol down Pennsylvania Avenue, that traditional parade route where we expect Donald Trump to be traveling, but perhaps not officially in the parade that ordinarily would take place on an inauguration. That all has been called off and rescheduled to an event you see on the right-hand side in the Capital One Arena here in Washington, where there will be, it's still being called a parade, but we're not exactly sure that it will have the same sort of format, certainly not the marching down Pennsylvania Avenue, but that's where Donald Trump will be going after he is sworn in as president here in just a few hours. And we expect also to see him sign some of those executive orders that Sagar and I have been talking about, some actions that he can take as president and has promised to do, and said right there in Capital One Arena last night that he felt his supporters would be very pleased with the type of executive orders that he would be signing today. So we will keep an eye on all of those spots, but right now, the Trumps and the Bidens continue their coffee and tea private gathering there in the White House on the upper right part of your screen.
Using all that. Yeah, so what you do is you got a piece of tape. Okay, I have zip ties. Hold that there. I got actually we get it in there. There we go. This would be the zip. Coming straight out, not like pinching off to the side or some shit like that. Okay, so you should be pretty good. You got some slack there. You're all good. Move this up close to your feet. You can see this okay. I would have just a little bit. I can bring it down a little bit. But not too far down. Yep. So this is
Ladies and gentlemen, former speakers of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, the Honorable John Boehner, accompanied by Mrs. Debbie Boehner, the Honorable Newt Gingrich, accompanied by Ambassador Callista Gingrich, and Mrs. Heather Foley.
Have that arcane knowledge ready to go?
Party going to go separately, but they're going to go in the doors into the windows right here.
Yes. Spouses will go first. The second spouses will go first.
Okay, so everybody will go in right here.
Everybody's going to go, yeah, one car at a time. They'll fill up, leave, the next one comes up.
Okay, very good.
Not yet.
for the group photo, and they didn't. Mine it is. You do. You just pick it up and just put it in the bushes and take care of it. They're coming out, coming out.
We're seeing now these first images of the people leaving the White House after these private meetings. That was just Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff and Usha Vance, J.D. Vance's wife. He's the incoming vice president, of course. And they are the first to be set up in the official limousines to be departing the White House, heading over to the U.S. Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony, which will be happening in just under 2 hours from now if we're sticking to the official schedule of events here in Washington. There you see one of 4 limousines now at least that are lined up there at the portico of the White House. We'll be taking Doug Emhoff and Usha Vance off to the U.S. Capitol. They are departing now. We expect next to see Vice President Kamala Harris and the incoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance exiting next and getting into their limousine to be taken off to the U.S. Capitol. Of course, J.D. Vance here in just a little over an hour and a half from now will be the Vice President of the United States, being sworn in by Supreme Court Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh, one of his longtime friends, as we're all reading up on history of all of the characters involved with this Inauguration Day. They've known each other since their Yale Law School days, so there's a fun fact for you. But here we're still looking at pictures of the White House where for the past little bit of time, under an hour, there's been a unofficial casual tea and coffee, off the record, at least not privy to reporters like me, but a meeting between President Joe Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, and the incoming President Donald Trump, President-elect, and Melania Trump, his wife. They have been gathering for one of these moments that we see on Inauguration days here at the White House. And soon, those two will also be getting into a car together and making that trip just a couple of miles down to the U.S. Capitol, where the rest of the official swearing in for Donald Trump's inauguration will be happening on this Monday, January 20th, here in Washington, D.C. So we're looking at those doors, waiting to see who is coming out next. Sagar, we can spend this moment, I guess, just to kind of talk a little bit about this last day in office for the Bidens, not just as an administration, but as a family. They have been living in the White House for 4 years. And once they leave here in just a few minutes, that move-out process really kicks in to do that turnover in between administrations. There's really only about 5 or 6 hours to get it all done. What all is going to be happening once they exit those doors?
Yeah, it is a fascinating choreography that takes place right now at the White House. We're looking at the North Portico. Well, they arrived and they'll be leaving. On the other side of the White House, there are moving trucks lined up that will be waved in the instant that the Bidens and the Trumps leave. One group will be moving all the Biden stuff out. One group will be moving all the Trump stuff in. In between, stripping all the beds, shampooing the carpets, replacing what needs to be replaced. Linens, towels, whatever it might be. Closets stocked. The White House usher's office would have been in touch with the Trumps for the last few months about where certain things go, what are the favorite foods and snacks that we need to have in the various kitchens, in the residence, and elsewhere. We know all about Donald Trump and his penchant for Diet Cokes. You can rest assured that there is a lot of Diet Coke on hand, at least on the White House driveway right now. So, yeah, they've got about 4 or 5 hours of controlled chaos, as one former White House official put it, to get all the old First Family stuff out and make sure that when the new First Family comes in, they're good to go. They're not having to root through boxes like the rest of us when we move into a new place and, you know, where is that stuff for the kitchen, or where did we put the bike pump, whatever it is. That's all laid out in the mansion. Donald Trump's not going to have to be looking for any of that.
Yeah, moving day is always a stressful time. Try not to think about that because you're living in those boxes for months, but not when you're living in the White House because there are plenty of folks to take care of that.
And then there's the personal part of just leaving where you've lived for 4 years, a place that in Joe Biden's case, he tried so hard for so long to get into, and now has to leave 4 years later. And on his, perhaps his final tweet under the @POTUS account on X, it's a selfie with the president and the first lady with a snow-covered rose garden behind them and the Oval Office just on the other side. One more selfie for the road. We love you, America. So you can almost picture them stepping out onto the colonnade on this horribly cold DC day to say, hey, let's take a quick selfie. I mean, I've done that, walking along that when we're out covering White House events. But for the president and first lady to get to do that one last time, because as you said, when those doors open again and they walk out, that's it. They're boarding what would be known as Marine One and heading out. And that is the end of the Biden presidency.
Yeah, it's just so interesting to think about, what you were just mentioning about that personal side of things. What we're watching are all of these official events, and what we know always is part of the TikTok of a day, like Inauguration Day. There are set pieces. There are even specific times assigned to a lot of this, especially that noontime when it is according to the way that things are set out. It's not just we picked this time. It's like that is the official time. Now we're seeing those doors at the north portico of the White House open again. We see First Lady Jill Biden and incoming First Lady Melania Trump exiting and getting into their own limousine where they will be taken over to the U.S. Capitol. As we think about these situations, Sagar, we have talked a little bit about the outgoing president and the incoming president and kind of what they might share in casual conversation. But this is also a first lady who's been here before. Melania Trump has been in the White House and has occupied that role. And I wonder she's at the end of this next term, she will have been first lady for longer than Jill Biden was. She will have more experience, but I just wonder what their conversations are like too in terms of what they hope to accomplish or what Melania is thinking about in this next 4 years.
And Melania recently told Fox that it's easier this time around. She's lived there. She knows what the space is like. She knows what they want. She knows which furniture they want to bring in. The incoming first family gets to redecorate the residence with things pulled from White House stocks and bring things from home that are sentimental or what have you. And she said, since we've been here, and I know what it looks like, we were kind of coming in blind last time, although Michelle Obama did invite her into the residence and gave her the tour 8 years ago. Again, a courtesy that Melania Trump did not extend Jill Biden 4 years ago. But she didn't need that this time. And in fact, she skipped Donald Trump's visit here after the election. She knew what it was about, and she knew what she was getting into, and she seemed visibly more comfortable in this interview with the prospect of, moving away from Trump Tower and moving away from these big gilded residences that they have in Florida and elsewhere, and moving into the White House. And taking pains to note that Barron Trump will have a bedroom in the White House for when he comes home to visit from college. He's not the little kid he was during the first Trump administration. He's now about, I think, taller than his father. Now it's a little bit jarring to see, frankly.
He has definitely grown up and attending colleges in New York City. Now we see Vice President Kamala Harris and incoming Vice President J.D. Vance making their exit. Let's listen in as they depart for the U.S. Capitol.
Thank you, sir.
So there's just one pair left in terms of who we anticipate to be departing the White House and heading to the U.S. Capitol. That will be President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump, who will be getting into what you see there, that limousine that's pulling up here at the north portico of the White House to take them to the U.S. Capitol for Donald Trump's second inauguration.
President Biden confirmed as President-elect Trump arrived this morning that he did in fact continue a tradition dating back to Ronald Reagan, now in 1989, of leaving his successor a handwritten note inside the Oval Office. There had been a little bit of question about whether that was going to happen. Donald Trump left Joe Biden a note. Remember, he did not concede the race, still has not conceded it, but he did leave Joe Biden a note. President Biden has refused to divulge what was in that, except he called it shockingly gracious. And Trump himself said that he spent a few days mulling over what to put in it. So President Biden's not saying what is in the note, but he is now the first president to receive a note from the person for whom he then had to write a note. We're full of presidential history and tidbits today, and that's
absolutely. It's just one of those circumstances.
That's another one that wasn't on the list for this morning, but there it is.
Thank you for that. I guess I'm just a nerd, but I do really enjoy learning more about this presidential history. And this is one of those days where we all kind of get good reminders of a lot of different inauguration-related tidbits, particularly. So much rich history here.
We would note that when the Trumps arrived, President Biden made it a point to say welcome home to Donald Trump as they approach. So I think the facial expressions will tell us something when they walk out those doors. A lot of smiles and handshakes on the way in, and now the reality of making that final walk out that door and that trip to Capitol Hill.
It is kind of interesting to think about this in the context of what we just saw a few weeks ago with former President Jimmy Carter's funeral, where we had the current president and several former presidents and their wives in attendance, seated together, greeting each other kind of backstage before they all came out. And there's always a lot of armchair quarterbacking in terms of trying to figure out exactly what the mechanics are and if any of these folks get along. But as we know, there is the ex-president's club, where only someone who has been through the mechanics of this job really understands other aspects of it. And I think that's something that's important to remember when we have these moments. There are a lot of political disagreements, certainly over a variety of different issues, but it is a select few people who really have been there and understand the gravity of the office.
And it's what America wants to put on display every 4 years, right? January 20th is the day to show the world, yes, this campaign was bitter. It was nasty. You and I were out there enough and heard these speeches. But when it comes time and the election happens, more often than not, the loser says, you know what, I lost. And the people made their choice. Now we move ahead. Now you make the change.
And here we see these doors opening again, where President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump are exiting the Capitol. They're preceded by Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat from Minnesota. Let's listen in as they leave the White House. We're seeing Joe Biden and Donald Trump pulling away from the White House. Again, this is Joe Biden's last time exiting the White House as the President of the United States, and the last time that Donald Trump will make that same trip until he is president later on this afternoon. They're making their way over to the U.S. Capitol now. And as they make that relatively short trip, Sagar, I thought we could talk a little bit about some inauguration history. Clearly, America has been swearing presidents into office since 1789, but it hasn't always happened in Washington. Where was George Washington first sworn in?
Yeah,
where did that take place?
It didn't happen until 1801 here in Washington, because in 1789, New York City was the U.S. Capitol. So George Washington had to go all the way from Mount Vernon in Virginia, get all the way up to New York City in bad weather. And so the swearing in didn't happen until, well, it then used to be March 4th was the date. It didn't happen until April 30th. And so George Washington took the oath of office there. "I walk on untrodden ground" was one of the lines that he uttered. 4 years later, he took it in Philadelphia, which, again, at the time, was the capital. It wasn't until Thomas Jefferson that the first oath was taken here. It has been taken here every time since, whether that was in the Capitol, whether the oath was in the White House, like Ronald Reagan was forced to take it 40 years ago. You had the exceptions due to tragedy. You had Lyndon Johnson take the oath aboard Air Force One on the tarmac at Love Field in Dallas after John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Calvin Coolidge, the vice president, was at his family farm in Vermont. No running water, no power. Warren Harding dies. A courier had to be sent to the Coolidge farm to tell the vice president that he was now the president. His father was a notary public.
Oh, convenient.
And standing in the family farmhouse with a kerosene lamp, gave his son the oath of office. Calvin Coolidge, of course, returned to Washington to then do that. But it's taken a few different forms over the years, but the oath stays the same. For now on, the date stays the same. And everything else is just kind of part of the fabric of Washington.
That's fascinating. We're seeing the motorcade now make that turn onto Pennsylvania Avenue as they proceed from the White House down to the U.S. Capitol. At the Capitol, we've seen various dignitaries making their way into the Rotunda. We've had former speakers of the U.S. House and others who are getting into what is a relatively small space, all things considered, for an entire swearing-in ceremony to be happening. Ordinarily, we'd be out on the west front of the U.S. Capitol, but due to weather, everything is moved inside the Capitol Rotunda, where there are a number of seats arranged, but there's really only space for a small fraction of who would ordinarily be watching this all take place out of doors on the west front of the Capitol.
We've alluded to it so many times, but it's just so odd, having been in Washington for so long, to look at these streets, and there are basically police officers and a few tourists and what look to be perhaps some construction workers. That's it. I mean, we would ordinarily have tens of thousands of people lining this route to get a look at that. And we've been in a lot of motorcades. That's quite a motorcade, even for Washington. With that look, heading up toward the United States Capitol, decked out in flags, and you can see those flags lining the street to give you a sense of just how cold it is here in Washington. That's the wind whipping those flags.
And we saw the wind so intense there at the White House on the North Portico that I saw one of the flags kind of knock one of the Marines' caps backwards when they were holding the doors open for everyone. And it is extremely cold, but also blustery out there. So I'm glad you and I are inside.
Yeah, I think we've spent enough time outside for these events to appreciate being inside. But again, that's what has upended years of planning, and kind of sent the district into a bit of a tailspin, trying to figure out security, and again the ticketing at Capital One Arena. 250,000 people had tickets to watch this happen from the Capitol grounds. That arena sits 20,000. The math is not very good.
No, and all those tickets now are considered to be commemorative tickets because they didn't get you access to the Capital One Arena if you had one of those Capitol tickets initially. And I'm sure there are a lot of disappointed people who had come to town hoping to get that viewpoint, but there is the event at Capital One Arena. I'm sure that there are a lot of places around Washington where folks have gathered to watch what is history. Regardless of party, it is still a historic moment to watch a new president taking the oath, and it will look different. I mean, this hasn't happened from inside the Rotunda in 40 years, so a lot of people who would have been paying attention to all the coverage today maybe weren't so much 40 years ago. So that it'll look different, but it's still part of history.
As we said, 600 people fit inside the Rotunda. So, for example, the only former lawmakers that have been physically allowed inside the Rotunda are 3 former Republican House speakers. Newt Gingrich is there, John Boehner is there, Kevin McCarthy, not a good Trump ally, but he is there. And the House came into session this morning, quickly recessed so that members could make their way over, but that traditional roster of so many folks is not going to be in place this time. Though we do know that a lot of these tech billionaires that Donald Trump has allied himself with, who have flocked to Washington, not just today, but in the weeks since the inauguration, have also scored some prime seating near where the president-elect will take his oath.
It's always important in these sorts of circumstances to look and see who is in there and then try to telegraph as much as we can what that signifies. And I think we already know in the incoming Trump administration the sort of relationships that he has been working to build with some of those that we're going to be seeing in there. The motorcade is now going to be approaching the U.S. Capitol, where we will see all the people who just loaded up at the White House, then arriving at the Capitol for, in about an hour, we will be seeing that swearing in take place for Donald Trump. Again, there on your screen, you see the U.S. helicopter. It would be Marine One when a president is on board, but otherwise, that is what Joe Biden will be boarding after Donald Trump is inaugurated. That is what will take then the former president and former first lady off to Joint Base Andrews, where they will begin a trip out to California, purportedly a vacation, an opportunity to kind of reset after their time in the White House has concluded. But for the next hour and change, Joe Biden will still be president, and he will be arriving here at the U.S. Capitol with the incoming president, President-elect Donald Trump, who has been part of this motorcade for the last couple of minutes, coming from the White House. Down there is that shot you see of Pennsylvania Avenue leading up to the U.S. Capitol. Not outside, but inside. He will soon be inaugurated for his second term in office. Here we see some of those shots of the motorcade as they make their way up to the area where all of the parties will be getting out of their limousines and walking into the Capitol.
Awaiting them in the Rotunda already, you have Congress's top officials. You have House Speaker Mike Johnson, a Republican, who has very closely allied himself with the incoming president, saying to him, it's bright, sunny outside and bright in our heart. Then you have the Senate's top Democrat, Chuck Schumer, who walked in carrying a royal blue cap, and when asked how he feels today, said, feel great about the Bills. Now, that comes after the Buffalo Bills. Schumer, of course, from New York, beat the Baltimore Ravens last night to advance to the AFC Championship. So it was a way for Chuck Schumer to get in a plug for a home state team on the day after a big NFL playoff weekend.
We see these arrivals starting to happen there at the U.S. Capitol. We understand there were some other officials there in the motorcade with the president and president-elect as they were making their way into the U.S. Capitol. Amy Klobuchar, the senator, as we just referenced earlier, but also some other elected officials, including Deb Fischer of Nebraska, and then also House lawmakers, Steve Scalise, Representative Hakeem Jeffries, and other White House staff and officials accompanying the President, First Lady, incoming President and First Lady, and then, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris, her husband, and J.D. Vance and his wife. We just saw J.D. Vance and Usha Vance exiting their limousine, walking into the White House, or to the U.S. Capitol.
You see even police officers who are used to this kind of thing in Washington want to get their picture taken in front of the helicopter. That's quite a shot for that officer to have. Marine One sitting in front of the Capitol dome.
Not something you see all the time.
No. And you would note the flags. That one flag you can see flying in front of the Capitol dome back up at full staff after they had been lowered for the Jimmy Carter warning.
We see now people from that motorcade have been making their way into the Capitol. That includes President-elect Donald Trump. We're looking now inside the Capitol Rotunda. There you see Elon Musk, one of those businessmen who are invited to be part of this very small, relatively speaking, swearing-in ceremony. There's Melania Trump. Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff.
Good morning, Mr. Vice President. How do you feel?
There's J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha. And we talked about this Capitol Rotunda really not having a lot of extra space, Sagar, for even those former lawmakers that we would usually anticipate being there for an event like this. But when we see these images and really just kind of note how close together everyone is, there is just not extra room to get maybe even one or two more people aside from what they've been able to plan for. It's a different kind of situation, but
shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah,
and you
pretty
can
much.
see in the front in that shot the current members of the Senate kind of crammed together. You had Mark Warner, a Democrat from Virginia, next to John Barrasso, a Republican from Wyoming, who was next to Dick Durbin, the number 2 Senate Democrat from Illinois, all kind of clustered very close together here. Talked earlier about Brett Kavanaugh being the one who will administer the oath to J.D. Vance. Vance is only 40. Be the not the youngest vice president, but one of them. There was a 36-year-old vice president, but that was back in James Buchanan's administration in the late 50s. But there have been others in their 40s, Al Gore, Teddy Roosevelt, but breaking with a bit of precedent here. A fairly young J.D. Vance set to take the oath of office, followed, of course, by the oldest man to take the oath as president in Donald Trump.
We're seeing now some members of the incoming Trump administration walking into the Rotunda. Clearly, those confirmation hearings for a number of positions have been ongoing in the Senate for at least a week, a little over, and we anticipate those to resume again tomorrow. There have not been official votes, but there will be some more open hearings as well as some business meetings and markups of some of the committee work before a lot of those nominations proceed to the full Senate for their vote.
You had Kevin Hassett, who is looking to come back as the Trump White House's top economist after serving in that role in the first Trump administration. Tulsi Gabbard, who would be the national intelligence chief, Pam Bondi, Doug Burgum, all lined up there to watch the man they hope is their boss to be taking the oath.
Susie Wiles, White House Chief of Staff.
It used to be fun at these outdoor events on the West Front to look around it again. You'd see the justices of the Supreme Court sitting together. You'd see the Joint Chiefs, the nation's top military officers, sitting together and taking a look out at the crowd. In fact, we just got a look at General C.Q. Brown, who is the now outgoing chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the nation's top military officer. Former Vice President Dan Quayle and Marilyn Quayle making their way inside the Rotunda. We don't get a lot of Dan Quayle sightings in Washington lately, but that's now 2 in 2 weeks after he was here for Jimmy Carter's funeral.
Indeed.
We talk about young vice presidents like J.D. Vance. Dan Quayle, basically an unknown congressman when George H.W. Bush tapped him to be vice president in 1989.
It is rare to get all of these officials together in the same space, but I think there have been a lot of remarks lately about how that does happen at inaugurations and funerals, and we have had 2 of those in close proximity here in Washington in recent weeks.
It is reassuring, frankly, is it, for those of us who spend so much time covering the division here in Washington and the rancor, to see these people sit next to each other, to chat with them, to do what George W. Bush did at the Carter funeral and literally tap Barack Obama on the belly as he walked by.
Former Vice President Mike Pence coming in. Clearly he was vice president in Trump's first administration. Now joining the dignitaries who are in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda.
To see a lot of Elon Musk today. He will be speaking at the parade of sorts inside Capital One Arena later today. Has been almost a constant by the president-elect's side since the last time you and I were in this room in November for the election.
And up until then, he had stumped so heavily for Trump on the campaign trail, particularly in Pennsylvania, which was one of those major areas of focus. But yes, was part of the events at Capital One Arena last night with his son X, who actually joined him on stage with Donald Trump and didn't make his own remarks, but certainly was part of his father's remarks. But now we see Musk there again in the Capitol Rotunda and will be the incoming head of the Department of Government Efficiency, not an official government agency, but intended to cut costs throughout the government, something that Donald Trump has asked Elon Musk to be in charge of. So we will see what that agency or what that department accomplishes.
A new agency to cut back on the other agencies. With Vivek Ramaswamy, who we saw earlier, he's there somewhere. There's nowhere really to hide in the Rotunda.
No, we'll see him pop back up. not a lot of space.
It looks a lot bigger when you're in there and there aren't 600 people.
It does. There's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., again appointed by Trump to head the Department of Health and Human Services, yet to have a hearing on Capitol Hill, although that is anticipated to be among some of the more contentious confirmation hearings that could be happening for this administration.
Now, the other side of that shot, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State designate, who did testify last week, and another tech titan, Jeff Bezos. We talked earlier about what's in the Constitution about the inauguration. There's nothing about a parade, there's nothing about balls, there's nothing about how you get to and from the Capitol. It's the date and it's the oath. That's it. Everything else has kind of evolved organically. In this case, evolved due to the weather. But all it prescribes is that by noon, that oath has to be taken. We are just over an hour away from that and should be approximately 55 minutes, let's say, from Donald Trump reciting those 35 words for a second time.
Former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton coming into the Rotunda.
Hillary Clinton said watching Donald Trump take the oath 8 years ago after he beat her in that election was one of the hardest days of her life, but she felt a duty to be there and again to be here today with her husband, the former president.
Former President George W. Bush and First Lady Laura Bush.
We lamented that the indoors are going to rob us of one of the great visuals from inaugurations past. George W. Bush sitting there in his
clear poncho.
Yeah, almost looked to be a homemade rain cover of sorts.
Yeah, with this being inside, we really don't get to see that winter weather gear, unfortunately. There's former President Barack Obama also coming in. Without former First Lady Michelle Obama, who notably said that she would not be attending this inauguration. Also did not attend Jimmy Carter's funeral here in Washington a few weeks ago.
Obama's office did not say why the former First Lady would not be here today. They did say she had a prior engagement during the Carter funeral, but again, pointedly, did not offer a reason for her absence today.
We're still taking a look inside the Capitol Rotunda there on the left-hand side, but on the right, that is again the Capital One Arena where Donald Trump, after he is inaugurated, will be making his way in what would be the inaugural parade is now subbed in for an indoor event there at Capital One Arena here in Washington. People have been gathering there for hours, and they will be still waiting for some hours before the new president arrives. But these are a lot of his strong supporters, and assuredly they will still be there by the time he shows up.
And as they watched the images from the Rotunda on the big screen inside the arena, some boos as Mike Pence walked in, and then a lot more boos as Bill and Hillary Clinton were shown on there.
this time, please take your seats.
Folks in the Capital One Arena are able to watch all of the ceremonies and events from the Capitol Rotunda on the Jumbotron screen there in the middle of the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated.
Here we see Supreme Court justices making their way into the Capitol Rotunda. Clearly, two of them will play a direct part of the proceedings here of the official swearing in. Chief Justice John Roberts will be the one to administer the oath to the president, as is tradition. And then Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh will administer the oath to incoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
Interesting to note his wife's ties to both. You had Usha Vance served as a clerk for Chief Justice Roberts. That is a coveted post in the legal community, and J.D. Vance was once a student in a law seminar taught at Yale by Justice Kavanaugh, and that explains the ties there and the reason that you just saw Brett Kavanaugh walking in ahead of Clarence Thomas, who is the senior member of the court who always asks the first questions during oral arguments before the Chief Justice does. It is always Justice Thomas. And that was a little bit striking to see Justice Kavanaugh, who came to the bench years after Justice Thomas, walking in front of him.
Here you see members of Donald Trump's family making their way into the Rotunda.
Joked about Barron Trump earlier, but that shot of him with the slicked back hair a little bit there is very much looks like a late 70s, early 80s Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Standing ovation for those former Republican vice presidents who have just entered, Dan Quayle and now Mike Pence, who was Donald Trump's first vice president in his first term in office.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Now the former presidents start to make their entrances into the Rotunda. First, former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Former President George W. Bush and former First Lady Laura Bush.
George W. Bush always looks like he has fun at these events, winking and nodding at people and smiling again, just simply tapping Barack Obama on the stomach on his way into the National Cathedral for the Carter funeral.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
Former President Barack Obama, clearly the most recent president to precede either a Biden or Trump administration, because clearly now we will have the second of the Trump administrations. But before his first one, former President Obama was in office.
I can't believe we haven't mentioned Grover Cleveland yet. How is that? How is that possible? Let me just get that part out of the way. Donald Trump will be the first president to serve non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland, late in the 19th century.
There you go.
Sorry, that was I couldn't let that go. That had to be
of the United
mentioned
States,
here at some
the
point.
Honorable John G. Roberts Jr. and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
The Supreme Court justices officially coming into the Rotunda. As we noted earlier, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, will administer the presidential oath, and he was immediately followed by Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who will be swearing in J.D. Vance as Vice President.
And you note at the end of that line, retired Justice David Breyer,
Right.
joining some of his former colleagues. Of course, Ketanji Brown Jackson and Amy Coney Barrett on the end, the two newest justices.
I see Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, and next to him, First Lady Jill Biden, about to make their
Tiffany
entrance
Trump
into the rotunda.
and Barron Trump.
But first, Donald Trump's children.
Talk about those good seats that the tech titans have. I mean, they are all lined up immediately behind the president-elect's children. So, you know, something went into that seating chart. And we saw Jared Kushner earlier shaking hands with Tim Cook from Apple and Sundar Pichai of Google, right on down the road, Mark Zuckerberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Now, First Lady Jill Biden and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff officially making their entrance into the rotunda. Sagar, I was just looking ahead to the schedule of what we're going to see in terms of this swearing-in ceremony, and there is several moments of participation from Amy Klobuchar, a Democratic senator from Minnesota, and someone was asking me, why is she part of this inauguration? She was not a supporter of Donald Trump, but she is part of the committee that organized this entire inauguration. So it's an official role for her today, in addition to being a member of the U.S. Senate.
Someone whose world was upended on Friday after all that work on getting this event together outdoors ended. And here we are inside the Rotunda, but a spot where at least Amy Klobuchar is well familiar from
Indeed.
From her time in the Senate. Very interesting mix of Republican and Democrat lawmakers standing together. You have Michael McCall, the Republican from Texas, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from Florida, standing shoulder to shoulder, and another sign of just how tight it is in the Rotunda. See Melania Trump's father standing in front of Elon Musk and next to Barron Trump. Melania Trump's mother, of course, died while they were out of the White House, and her dad is back to watch her become First Lady for the second time. According to the schedule that they had put out, and things in Washington rarely, if ever, happen on schedule, except things like the inauguration, we should be seeing J.D. Vance take his oath as vice president in about 10 minutes from now. As Brett Kavanaugh awaits actually administering that oath.
We see the spouses, Lucia Vance, and then Melania Trump about to be escorted into the Rotunda.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing O America, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
From your mountains grand and all through this land, you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me. To pay to thee, to thee, oh, I will be. And we will be as one.
the Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. The Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. The President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years
There are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records